Can I formally declare the meeting open, and can I welcome each and every one of you, my colleagues who are here. Can I welcome those people who are watching this monthly meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council online. But today, can I particularly welcome our friends from the Clifford Park School. David Shinners, the school master who's looking after these young people today. But can I extend to each and every one of you a very warm welcome to City Hall. I hope you enjoy the proceedings. This is a group of people who have been elected by this community to run and govern this area, to run a budget worth $550 million and to look after some 1,800 employees who work for us. So your presence today, those of you from Clifford Park Special School, is very much appreciated by all of us. Can I acknowledge that the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa people and the Bigambal people who represent the western part of the Toowoomba region. Can I pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Ladies and gentlemen and councillors, given that it is very nearly St Patrick's Day, there is tremendous historical significance in respect to St Patrick's Day in our community. As you would know, 1,000 young men on St Patrick's Day left the Spring Bluff railway station to play their part in the Second World War and the defence of our nation. They left here on St Patrick's Day, and it was in late August and early September of that year, while they were part of the garrison at Milne Bay, that they fought valiantly in preserving freedoms for us. They fought from the 25th of August through to the 7th of September, and the biggest part of that contingent came from our 25th Battalion here in Toowoomba. They lost 167 people, men, killed in action or missing in action. But I think today, when we remember that bit of history that is so important to us, let's also remember the freedoms that we live in today, the price they paid to give us those freedoms, and let's be eternally grateful that they did what they did in those special times. Are there any, there are obviously no apologies, nobody wishing to be granted leave of absence at this point in time. We move then to declarations, and first of all, Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have requested it be minuted. I have a declarable declaration of conflict of interest in that the relevant circumstance in reading this. I have a declarable conflict of interest in conjunction with the Infrastructure Committee item number 3, the pedestrian crossing Yandilla Street, Pittsworth. I requested, and it was minuted at the committee meeting, that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 3 of the committee meeting of the 9th of March 2021, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in a decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. The relevant circumstances have changed, as that I had lunch with my brother on Saturday, and I have now discussed this matter with Wayne and Lindy Wilson, my brother and sister-in-law, who reside at 33 Hume Street, which is quite a long way from where the actual proposed pedestrian crossing is, but on the edge, the corner of Evans Lane as it exits onto Hume Street. The proposed works on Evans Lane are mentioned in stage 3 of the consultation report, which is attachment 5. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any areas set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss the role and vote on the matter, or 3 may participate in the decision about the matter, subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Are there any questions for Councillor Taylor? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor, can you foresee any gain or loss for your brother or sister-in-law in relation to this decision? That's the first question. And the second question is, do you believe you can vote and discuss this impartially?
My brother and sister-in-law, I don't believe, have anything to gain or lose. Their business is right up the western end of Yandilla Street, and they live, which is almost an entire block away from the proposed pedestrian crossing. Yes, I believe I can make a decision impartially in relation to them, a decision that would benefit the whole of the community of Pittsworth. Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions for Councillor Taylor? Send her out on that decision.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor, if you go out for a while. Anybody wishing to move one way or the other? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Given the responses that Councillor Taylor has given to Councillor Von Hoff's questions and the decision that was made by Councillor last week to allow Councillor Taylor to participate and vote on the matter, I see no reason why she can't participate and vote in the matter at the ordinary meeting.
So
I'm
you're
happy to
move that, Councillor?
that Councillor Taylor can participate and vote on the matter.
Councillor McDonald has moved that. Councillor McMahon has seconded that. Any discussion? Anyone wishing to speak against that? If not, I put it to the vote. Those in favour? Carried without dissent. Thanks very much. Councillor Taylor, they voted in favour of your participation.
Thank you.
In the discussion. Move now to Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a declaration of prescribed conflict of interest in item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports, item number 8.4, Environment and Community Committee, which item number 3, Community Grant Program, Sports Tourism Event Grant Program approval, February 2021. I request that it be minuted that I declared a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Environment and Community Committee meeting of the 10th of March 2021. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting and stay away from the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Move then to Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'd like to make a declarable conflict of interest. It's in relation to item 7, confidential item, appointment of new members of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Committee. I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 7 at the Environment Community Committee meeting on the 10th of March 2021 and left the meeting while this matter was discussed and voted on. As relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting and stay away from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carl. We move then to item 3, the confirmation of the minutes. Firstly, item 3.1, which is the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 16th of February 2021, at which we were all present. Do I have a mover for the confirmation of those minutes? Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Any questions? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 3.2, the special meeting of Council on the 17th of February 2021. Councillor Shine, Von Hoff and myself declared conflict of interest and were absent for the report only, for the report item. So naturally that simply means that we won't be voting in this, the receipt of that minute. Would someone like to move the receipt of the minutes of that particular meeting, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Carl. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to presentation of petitions. Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to table a petition from the Toowoomba Touch Association and community. So the petition summary is to upgrade the entire toilet facilities at Carney Springs Sporting Complex, including lighting. So the description around is that we, the undersigned, petition for the upgrade of the toilet complex at the above-mentioned sporting complex to ensure the safety and well-being of children and adults using the facility.
Thanks very much. If you may bring that petition down, please. Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. I must apologise, councillors. I skipped item 4, which is business arising from the minutes. Was there any business arising from the minutes?
No.
No business arising. I'll move then to item 6. Oh, sorry.
Move that.
We need a motion to accept the petition. Councillor O'Shea has explained that.
Chair, can I stop before we do for accepting that petition? I just think it's very valid that I declare one of my residents in close proximity to the park in question here, and a regular user of the park. And if I'm allowed to vote on the acceptance of this petition just before we do so.
Okay. How do we want to handle that? Do you feel you need to be out of the room? Do you want council to make a decision in respect to your presence?
If it's just a representation of a petition, Mr Mayor, I'd just be happy to not vote on its acceptance, if that's all right.
Brian?
If that's the case, I think you'd have to declare interest and leave the room, because if you stay here in the room and don't vote, it's recorded as being a negative.
Okay.
And because I don't think there's going to be an issue,
I
think you'd better test the room.
So just to declare, I do live quite close to that park at Carney Spring. I do use it regularly, whether it's, playing with the kids or walking the dog. I don't think I have anything to gain in it from anyone else regarding the upgrade to a toilet block, but I'll just put the feeling to the room. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This petition has come from a sporting club. I don't think that it can be in any way thought that Councillor McMahon would have more to gain or lose than anyone else who lives in that proximity or who may pull in from time to time to use those facilities should they be as they are or should they be upgraded. So I don't believe that being in a public park and area that Councillor McMahon has any more or less to gain than anybody else who uses that area.
So can I assume that you're moving that he stay in the room?
That Councillor
Carl,
McMahon
you
be
had,
allowed to stay in the room.
Yeah, I'd be happy to second that. And further to that, I think it's a bit, it's a piece of public infrastructure, regardless of proximity. I think it's, I appreciate Councillor Tim's views, but I think it's all gone a bit mad. I am sure the residents of that area would appreciate Councillor McMahon's input if there was any major decision, but we're talking about a piece of public infrastructure, and what I would see as a operational matter for consideration in the next budget. Most importantly, residents have seen the need to put something to council. That shouldn't exclude Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. We have a mover, we have a seconder. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried. Right, we move then to the acceptance of the petition from Councillor O'Shea. Would someone like to move the acceptance of that? Councillor Shine has moved. The seconder, please. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, we move now to item 6, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. Well, you have received a copy of a resolution that's been worked over for quite some time in respect to matters that have been developing in this community in the last little while. That The motion is as follows: that Council seek quotations from an independent external consultants to review the results of the 2018 and 2020 staff performance and engagement surveys compared to the actual formal reporting of sexual harassment and bullying and harassment in the workplace. Council review the responses Council has already implemented to eliminate sexual harassment and bullying and harassment, to make recommendations on further actions Council can take to eliminate sexual harassment and bullying and harassment from the workplace, and further, that a report of the submission received by the independent consultants be provided to the April 2021 ordinary meeting. I formally move that. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. I will just, if you don't mind, I will just go through a few words here. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I think I will just cover it in the shortest possible way, and I thank you very much for your support on this matter. Firstly, councillors, I think we realise, as does the community, that the staff are our greatest asset, and that is the very reason we need to make sure we do staff surveys. While the staff surveys cover a number of topics, the findings in respect to bullying, harassment and sexual harassment clearly requires immediate attention. Despite our best efforts, we haven't seen a significant increase in the formal reporting of bullying, harassment or sexual harassment in the organisation since 2018. While I have faith in the CEO and his management team to rectify this matter, I feel it's important that elected representatives get behind Brian and the team to show our workforce that we are in fact united in our desire to improve conditions for staff. This motion is in response to the outcomes of November 2020 staff survey and an acknowledgement that the results of the increase in the number of people employed at the Toowoomba Regional Council who reported experiencing harassment, bullying and sexual harassment in the past 12 months compared with the 2018 staff survey and the interim 2019 Pulse survey. The results also reveal a disparity between the survey results and the statistics from Toowoomba Regional Council's formal reporting process. Sexual harassment, bullying and harassment in the workplace are significant issues that impact on health and safety and adversely affect productivity. These behaviours can erode public confidence in effect and transparent government. Council has an obligation to provide a safe and a healthy workplace and needs to ensure every reasonable action is being taken in an effort to stamp out bullying and harassment. I'm confident this motion will take us forward. It clearly demonstrates that we as a group are very strongly behind sorting out this issue and that we are working closely with, of course, our senior staff. But importantly, there will be constant reporting for us to monitor the progress. I have a mover, I have a seconder, no one's indicated a willingness to speak against. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. I appreciate very much, councillors, your support of that mayoral motion. We move then to the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment. We don't have any. There being none, we will move then to item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. Firstly, item 8.1, Planning and Development Committee. Anyone wishing to take any matters out of that? If not, do I have a mover? Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Bill Carl. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then to item 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee. No items on the agenda, but would someone like to move the report of that receipt? Councillor Von Hoff and a second to Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried. move to the Infrastructure Committee. There are 3 items there to be dealt with. Councillor Taylor, you've indicated you wish to take out item 3.
Item 3, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Separate consideration. We'll deal now with items 4 and items 5. Item 4, the City Centre Parking Strategy Implementation Project, and item 5, Internet Protocol Remote Traffic Signals Network Communication System. So would someone like to move the receipt of that part of the infrastructure report? Councillor Taylor has moved. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillor Carol Taylor, over to you in respect to the pedestrian crossing.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move an alternate motion to the committee motion, and the alternate motion has been circularised to my colleagues last evening, and I'd like to thank them for their consideration. The alternate motion is that a raised zebra pedestrian crossing on Yandilla Street relocated at the swimming pool, that Evans Lane adjacent to the IGA be retained with left-in only access from Yandilla Street, that the additional parking improvements described in the report titled Pedestrian Crossing Yandilla Street, Pittsworth, be implemented as part of this project, and 4, that a speed review be undertaken for the whole of Evans Lane and Yandilla Street through the Pittsworth CBD. The reasons are both the Department of Transport and Main Roads and council officers support the pedestrian crossing on Yandilla Street at the swimming pool being the best location as it is. It is properly located mid-block, providing the best access for vulnerable users, elderly and children, is the safest of all options, is currently funded and can be completed this financial year, has the greatest and broadest community support compared to any other option, and car parking issues have been mitigated through the inclusion of additional car parking spaces, disability parking spaces and bus parking in Murray Street. The first request to myself after amalgamation came to me in 2008, and it came from the Pittsworth RSL Ladies Auxiliary. Many near misses occurred prior to this request, and many have occurred since. It's difficult to understand why the Pittsworth community doesn't have a safe pedestrian crossing. The Pittsworth Alliance had legitimate concerns around the loss of car parks, and this has been addressed through the design. Safety has been mentioned. Council and TMR engineers are the experts in safety around traffic movements in Pittsworth. I also need to mention that the Pittsworth Alliance held a public meeting on the 28th of October 2020. This meeting was held at the council office and it was advertised in the Pittsworth Sentinel. After receiving details of the meeting, at least 3 interested parties were called by our council admin office informing attendees that they had to be Pittsworth Alliance members to attend. I'm really disappointed in having to say this because I think that council's role in allowing or putting forward this pedestrian crossing, it's a TMR road, a state-controlled road, we all realise that. It should be for the benefit of the people of Pittsworth. That's the whole of the people of Pittsworth. Any economic development or business organisation really should be consulting with the community members of Pittsworth that are most likely to use this crossing. And I think that the legitimate concerns of the business group there around the parking, very legitimate and have been addressed by the design that has been put forward here. I'd also like to say a very big thank you to Trevor Mitchell, who is one of our most experienced consultation people, for the extensive consultation he has done in the Pittsworth community, which has thrown up that this proposed location is actually preferred by the most people who had been consulted. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I guess I should have got a seconder for the motion prior to Councillor Taylor. Councillor Bill Carl has seconded that motion. Councillor Taylor, I'll take your
thank you.
As being
thank you.
Speaking in favour. Is there anyone wishing to speak against?
I've got a
Councillor Summerfield.
A question, if I could, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager or Trevor or whoever is in relation to the survey. The survey results, the way they're outlined down there, and the survey questions have really been lacking in relation to getting a desired outcome. If you look at the questions that are asked, there's no definition in there about whether you have a preferred location. The results that are described, every time I read them a different way. They're not clear in the outcomes from that survey. And so I struggled, and I'd appreciate if someone could give an explanation, please.
General Manager Mike, would you like to answer that question for Councillor Summerfield, please?
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for that question. In respect to the information that's already in the report, there was 248 responses, 140 support the proposal for a pedestrian crossing. Of those 140 responses, 117 were in support of the pedestrian crossing at the proposed location, while 23 were qualified yes, where people in support of the Yandilla pedestrian crossing being in other areas. That said, it's clear that the vast majority of people, well, the greatest group of people, supporting where the crossing is proposed to go. It also makes sense from the usage that we're trying to support here, which is in particular the vulnerable users, the children trying to get to the pool, elderly trying to get to doctors and other services.
Could we just stick to the survey, please? And
Yep.
could I ask some questions about the survey? Question 1 says, do you support the pedestrian crossing project at the proposed location? And people might support a crossing, but they might not support that location. So you get it by asking them, do you support the pedestrian crossing project at the proposed location, without asking them, do you support it at this location, that location, or another alternate location? Your first question is going to skew your outcome.
Councillors, the consultation that was done in October was post work that was already been done back in 2017. So we'd already been to the community well back then, pre-design, and with the support team at the time, we'd gone to the community at that point in time, and the proposed location, being the one at the swimming pool, was fully supported and was supported by businesses at that time as well, to the extent that there was only 2 or 3 businesses in that whole area that were against it at that point in time. So the proposed location was the one that was put forward in this consultation, as we're about to start construction. The proposed location is this, so people were very aware of what we're about to do.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Summerfield.
So if I could just do a follow-up. I was specifically talking about the survey. I don't mind whether it's at the swimming pool or where it is, so long as we get the best outcome for the people of Pittsworth. So through you, Mr Mayor, to perhaps the CEO, could we perhaps look at surveys in the future, ensuring that we're getting questions that are going to provide clear definition of outcomes for everybody across our region, whether it be swimming pools, libraries or anything. If we could find some way to ensure that we get clearer questions to get better outcomes, please.
Councillors, my comment on that is that I think is a very operational process, and we have experts in-house who actually design these questions. They're experts in community consultation and engagement. They're well-trained, well-experienced. I have faith in the questions that they ask. And I think to run that past council would become because there's so many of these kind of surveys that are done across all of the businesses that we have within council, I think it would just become an operational burden on councillors to actually consider that, and also getting consensus across 11 people in relation to the content of specific questions, I think is probably a difficult process.
Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Through you, Mayor. The actual surveys being carried out is definitely operational. The decision to make clearer survey questions that will provide more definition and outcomes is definitely a strategic thing that this council needs to decide. I wasn't for 1 minute suggesting that we need to review every survey before it goes out, just that we get clearer definition so we get more clear outcomes. Thanks.
Any questions for the General Manager? Any further? Does someone wish to speak against Councillor Taylor's motion? Councillor Taylor, would you sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mayor. The people of Pittsworth have spoken. What Mr Brady has said, and I was sitting here for it, and we went through it, was that this was to be built in 2017. The consultation was done then, and there was great support there. The funds weren't there for it at the time. So then when the funds became available and it was flagged that this was going to go ahead, then there was great outcry from I won't say the business community, I'll say some of the business community over there. And so that's where we're at here now. We need to support this, because if we don't, it could be another 1, 2, maybe 3 years, and the first request came to this council from the Pittsworth community, and that is the users, not the business, early in 2008. I think Pittsworth people deserve a safe crossing, and they deserve it at the site where it's going to be of most use and provide the most safety for the people who cross there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, that closes the debate, councillors. I'll put Councillor Taylor's motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost. Return to the original motion.
Can I ask for a division of?
Yeah,
Can I ask for a division of the vote, please?
Division of the vote. Those against again. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Von Hoff.
No, I'm for. Thank you.
For. Those for.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon.
Mr Mayor, can I ask how you voted, please?
Sorry?
How did you vote,
I voted
please?
against on the advice of some senior business people in Toowoomba, in Pittsworth, that I have a lot to do with, who are not attached, Councillor Carroll, to the alliance at all. Those against, please. 6 against. We move then to the original. 7 against. Those against again, please. Councillor Von Hoff. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I move then to the original motion. Would someone like to move that in respect to item 3? Someone like to move that, please? The original motion?
Hang on.
Can you
Not Councillor Taylor's motion.
The committee
The
motion.
original recommendation that came through at the meeting last week.
Well, we moved an alternative motion.
Sorry, yes.
Moved an alternative,
Yes.
which is the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Yep.
Right. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, a seconder, please. Councillor Shine. Anyone wishing to debate the motion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's 9 votes to 2, isn't it? Councillor Carl and Councillor Taylor.
And against. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
We'll have a division on that, please.
Thank you.
Righto, the motion is carried. We move then to item 8.4, the Environment and Community Committee report. And there are declarations there. Councillor O'Shea?
Yeah, so can I please remove items 3 for a conflict, and can I also remove item 5, please?
I'm not hearing you very well, Councillor O'Shea.
3 and 5, please, Mayor. 3 for a conflict, 5 can I remove, please?
So he's taken out which one? 3 and 5. 3 and 5. Councillor Carl, you've taken out item 7 because of conflict. And item 8 and 4 will be the only 2 we deal with in the first motion. Is that fine, Councillor Wendy? Right.
Don't demote it like that.
So would someone like to move that Environment Committee report items 4 and 8 be received, please? Councillor O'Shea. A seconder, please. Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move then to item 3, which you've declared an interest, Councillor O'Shea, and you will leave the room.
Yep.
The original recommendation there, please, which is in your minutes, which is before you in respect to item 3. And that is about sports tourism event grant program approval. Would someone like to move accordingly? Councillor McMahon has moved. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That motion is carried. James may now come back in the room. Sorry? Without dissent. I don't think there was dissent there, was there?
But there'll need to be a division because of the...
Sorry, there has to be a division because of James. Yeah. All in favour. We move then to item 5.
Is that me?
Councillor Shea, you wish to bring that out and deal with that separately?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I wish to move an alternate recommendation, and that being, well, essentially from what we have on screen there would be the removal of the second part of the recommendation. So essentially what that would mean would be going back to the original recommendation of committee, which is basically that minus item 2.
So you're bringing that back to a 6-lane pool?
No.
No.
No. I wish to... My motion would be... Okay, so my motion would be that council approves option 5, demolish the existing pool and amenities and build a new 50-metre pool and amenities on the current site in Millmerran with an allocated preliminary budget of $6 million. Delete 2 altogether, and then item 3 becomes item 2, that council give consideration to funding the development of a regional aquatics strategy during preparation of the 21-22 budget. So that's the alternate I wish to move, and happy to speak to if I have a seconder.
So what in effect you're doing is you're looking at 6 or 8 lanes?
No, effectively what I'm looking at is that we do not have a description of asking for a 6 or an 8 in the motion, and I'm happy to speak to the reasons around that if I get a seconder.
I'm happy to second it, thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Happy to second the motion, thank you.
You're happy to second the motion? Councillor Megan,
Oh, no, I was just going
you're going to second the motion. Do you wish to speak for the motion? Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
I'd like to find out a bit more about it. If I
Councillor O'Shea, you may be subject to a few questions, but if you could just see if you can allay the concerns of everybody.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, councillors, I move this recommendation, or this alternate recommendation, to where we arrived to at committee for a number of reasons. I think as a council, we've been through the process here of this pool. We know when it was built. We know the situation with it. We know that it needs a complete rebuild for the betterment of that community and that facility moving forward. We have come to a point where we have allocated a budget of $6 million for this particular facility. So I find the prospect of what we're going to build, when we're talking about differentiating between a 6-lane or an 8-lane, as unnecessary. I think we've come to a point where we're happy with a budget of $6 million. So we then task our team to work within that budget to deliver what I feel should be the best possible outcome for that community and also for us moving forward. So I understand and respect most certainly the positions that were put forward in committee around is there cost savings around 6 and 8, but I strongly feel that we're in a better position to task our team with building the best possible facility that they can, and if that can be an 8-lane facility, I see that as providing multiple benefits on multiple reasons for that particular community. I know we often talk about we should just replace a like for a like, but I think it was Councillor Carol Taylor that said it quite well in committee, is that if we were building this pool today, it would be 8 lanes. If we're talking about replacing anything like for like, anything, car, house, you name it, that was built in the 60s today, the natural progression of where we've reached, you would be building an 8-lane pool. 8-lane pool provides opportunity for more users. So that's another benefit that we have certainly for this community. And most certainly it does then mean that a community like Millmerran then will have the premier 50-metre swimming facility that we have in this region. So the economic impacts that could have for that community in attracting certain events, and also not just from our region, so other events from that exist that sit just outside our region can utilise a facility like this. But it also is a timing thing. We know how long a journey we've been on with this particular pool. So when we're going out to tender and we've got these things in place, if we're coming back to council, the delay that could be held in having this started, when we already are going to have a considerable period of time where this community is going to be without a pool when it comes to construction, by adding a further possible 2-3 months pending timing of when it could come back to council for a resolution, we're really pushing this out when we were already told last week that we're looking at a late 2022 as the time that it would come for this to be open as it sits now. So I just feel by that the addition of having to come back to council to talk around 6 or 8 lanes, 1, creates a delay, and 2, we've got a $6 million budget there to build the best possible facility that we can for this community. So I say we go to our team and say, this is the scope of the project, this is the amount of dollars that's registered for it, what is the best product that you can deliver for our region, for Millmerran, surrounding areas, for the next 50-odd years. And that's when we want to be looking at this facility in another 50-odd years. So that's why I strongly feel that we need to go with the original recommendation that was put forward in committee, and I think it delivers the best possible outcome for our community.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Any further questions? Councillor McDonald, did that satisfy your concerns?
Basically, it's back to what it was originally, as I understand it.
Yep.
Correct.
So that's correct.
That's what I said. Yep.
Any further questions in respect to it? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mayor. I can't help but wonder, listening to Councillor James, and you have put that very well today, Councillor James, I can't help but wonder whether we shouldn't, in all of our resolutions in relation to this type of thing, have the words "up to" before the figure. It could actually change the thought process in trying to make savings where possible, and should there be a blowout, try not to have a blowout. Yep. So I don't know whether you'd consider that, Councillor James, a budget amount of up to $6 million.
I would have no hesitation in adding that in. I think it's a good point, and I do believe that the team that's going to build this facility, if there's the possibility of savings, that's going to come back to council. But the point I keep coming back to is that there wasn't any hesitation from this table to have $6 million to build this facility. So let's build the best facility we can for $6 million.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. And Councillor Summerfield, I guess that's very much in our hands when a resolution leaves this room with the endorsement of this council. It should tell the story that, yep.
Just a question.
Any other comments? Councillor Carl?
Just a question, if I may, Mr Chair. The words there, with an allocated preliminary budget amount, can someone, either the CEO or the acting general manager, shed some light on preliminary budget amount? Because normally in a budget process we would say subject to budget consideration. I understand the urgency because of water loss, but just someone to qualify preliminary budget amount. Is that something to do with the budget process, because, as I say, we normally would have the words subject to budget considerations.
General Manager Nick, you wish to answer that question, please?
Good morning, councillors. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, thank you for the question, Councillor Carl. The use of the term preliminary there reflects the level of confidence that we have in our budget estimate at this point in time. We haven't been able to progress to detailed design stage of the project, and there are unknown latent conditions that could affect the project for us. So the choice of use of the word preliminary budget reflects the level of confidence, I suppose, in the budget estimate at this point in time.
Or lack of it, or lack of confidence.
Correct.
Yep.
Latent conditions, they're in
Well,
everything.
would we be better to use the word flexibility, given that, you know, we're going out there into a very competitive field? But I'm happy with the way it is, but in respect to what, or lack of, I thought
I don't think.
was something we ought not to use. Councillor.
Just a comment, Mr Mayor, if I might. It doesn't matter what we do in a situation like this, we are never aware of any latent conditions. We don't know, in all of these projects, it's always been the same, that you don't know what you're going to find. So if you limit yourself by doing other things, it's just not going to happen.
Yep. And I think those in the... Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. Given the discussion we've just had, Mr Mayor, I'd like to see it come back to us for further consideration once there's money, some sort of detail about what it's going to cost, because if you're saying that, you know, we don't really know what it's going to cost and you come back and it's $9 million, well, we need to know. I believe that it needs to come back to us.
Well, I'd imagine that would be as a result of the tender process. It would come back to us for a decision.
Mr Mayor, if I
Mr Mayor,
or an estimates, I'd imagine, would have to come back very quickly. If there was to be any variation in it, I would expect our General Manager and our team from that area to come back to us very, very quickly.
Mr Mayor, can I make a point there? It says budget amount up to $6 million. If it's over that, it has to come back to us. So that's what the wording actually says. If we read the wording, that's what it means.
Comfortable?
Okay. Any further discussion around that pool? I think we're probably where we need to be at this point in time. And there's no doubt that there'll be some learnings as we move forward on this journey in terms of how much it costs to build a pool.
One more question.
Councillor Carl.
Just one more, Mr Chair, through you to the GM. Obviously that $6 million is in part of the budget considerations. Isn't, it's outside of. That'll be a bring forward, or is all of that in the works program now? That's my first question.
Okay, will I answer that question first, Mr Mayor? If I understand the question correctly, Councillor Carl, this decision by Council today will approve the budget for the project and allow us to proceed, and it will automatically find its way into the capital works budget. It'll be a given approved at this point in time.
Yeah. So it's a new entry into the capital works.
Yeah, if you recall, we did have a budget allocation of around about $2.4 or $2.5 million for this project. So there's the additional 3.5 to allow us to proceed with the project, and we need that confidence to go to the market.
So my second question is, and it's one for all of us, I guess, to consider around the table, is the consideration to funding of the development of a regional aquatics strategy during preparation of the 2021 budget. Timing on that, have you any idea? And the reason for my asking that is this is why we find ourselves in a situation of trying to play catch up with a leaking pool, devoid of a strategy, an aquatic strategy for the region, which unfortunately was, for whatever reasons, abandoned back in 2015 a strategy coming forward to council of this very nature. So do we have any idea of the timing? I would consider this quite an important piece of work to take place to inform council of the likely risks. We know that lots of these facilities are nearing the end of their useful life, so we need to understand that risk in its entirety.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just a couple of things. The work that we did in 2015 I don't think has been abandoned. Like I said at committee last week, I think that the work that we did there indeed raised the need for us to have a look at the replacement of the facilities and has driven our investment in the retrofitting of accessibility ramps at a number of regional pools and the upgrade of change facilities and canteens and other supporting infrastructure at regional pools. But to answer your question about timing around the delivery of this aquatics strategy is I don't know that a lot of work's been done on having a look at a program around that yet. I think that work will be done once we get an indication from council as to the likelihood of funding for that project, but it's fair to assume that that work would take around about 6 to 8 months for us to complete.
Okay, Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Last week I supported the proposition that we should replace like with like, and that was based on the fact that Councillor McDonald and I had recently not just conferred with the the frequent users of the pool, daily users of the pool. There were about 15 to 25 people there that we spoke to. And at no stage was it mentioned that they wanted a wider pool or more lanes. It was just, you know, they'd be very happy to have the like-for-like situation. That's what persuaded me in my thinking about it. That motion there doesn't preclude a 6-lane pool. And I was just wondering, is it, you know, beyond reasonable conduct for the officers when they come back with the detailed costings to give us an estimate of both 6 or 8 lane at that time? Does that really going to cause too much delay in terms of, you know, getting the quotes from whoever quotes are going to go out to?
Thank you for the question. Through you again, Mr Chair. In order to do that, from a practical sense, would require us to develop parallel specifications and seek prices around both the 6-lane and 8-lane pool. So there's some work up front in doing that work. There's additional work for tenderers then in providing an indication of the difference between the provision of both pools and then the assessment of that. In conversation with Manager of Property Services and others since the committee meeting last week, we're of the opinion that the difference between a 6-lane and an 8-lane pool, in real terms, it sounds like a 25% reduction in the size of the pool, and therefore one might anticipate a 25% reduction in the cost of construction. I don't think it will be anything like that. I think it'll be much less significant. There is the risk of delay to the project. You know, those couple of items I mentioned will take some extra time and effort. Yeah, that's not an enormous amount of time and effort. It's, you know, reasonably easily done. But the meeting schedule of council is the other complicating factor, I suppose, being able to have an available meeting in which we can report to you. So if we were receiving tenders last week and undertaking our assessment, if it takes us 3 weeks to undertake that assessment, we would miss next month's meeting and we wouldn't be reporting to you until the meeting after. So you can see how it can add time just owing to the timeframes of meetings.
I suppose, if I might, only fearful the expected criticism that if there is a blowout, the criticism will be if you'd gone to 6, there wouldn't be. You know, we'll never know the answer to that, but that will be the criticism.
Yeah, look, our approach to this will be to go to the market. If the response around an 8-lane pool comes back and exceeds the budget, we'll go through a value management exercise that we do with every project. And one of the things that we'll look to is conversation with the preferred tenderers at that time and say, what would be your new price for a 6-lane pool? And if that brings us back under the budget, that would be our recommendation. Yep. It's an exercise that we often go through. If we go to the market and responses exceed our available budget, we'll go through a value management exercise. If we still can't achieve the budget, Councillor Taylor's absolutely correct. We can't enter into a contract for which we don't have sufficient budget. And there's an item on the agenda today that you just approved, being the Highfields Library, that's a perfect example of that. If we had tenders came back that was $6,100,000, we will have to come back to you because we don't have the budget available to enter into the contract.
Finish, Councillor Shine. Yeah, Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, would you not accept Councillor Shine's remarks as being against?
Well, they're certainly questioning the...
I would just like to point out, if we are, then I'd like to enter the debate for. But if we're not, I'd just like to point out if there are latent conditions there, they'll be there for a 6-lane or an 8-lane pool. So it's not the fact that they'll only be there for one. If there's latent conditions there, they'll be there for the whole project, yep, regardless of what they decide on. So are we debating or what are we doing?
Look, I wouldn't have thought that was a debate. That was just a question that was asked. But I'm happy to go into debate if you think I should. Councillor Summerfield, you had a comment?
I've got a question, if I could, please, Mr Mayor.
It's a question.
To you, Nick.
I'll deal with that in a moment, Councillor Taylor. Yep.
Yeah, so you could go to tender for a 6- and an 8-lane pool, and if timing was an issue, we could have a special meeting of council to make that decision to ensure you can continue on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look, I think this resolution gives us the opportunity. I'm personally quite happy with it. I think it's clarified a couple of things. Anyone with any more questions at this point in time? If not, I think we'll close the debate. Well, we will close the debate. We've got a motion moved by Councillor JJ O'Shea.
Well, can I sum up?
C. Taylor, and it's before you there.
May I sum up just briefly, Mr Mayor?
Sorry?
As the mover, may I please sum up briefly?
Right, you may,
with your permission,
sum up. I think you've had a fair go, but you can just briefly.
Oh, I didn't think he has.
You can grant me not, but I'm just look, councillors, thanks for your indulgence and obviously questions around this, and understand it is a big decision. But the point I probably want to make is that with this motion, essentially what it's saying is that up to $6 million, if the team can deliver it for that, we don't hear from them. So they've delivered it within the scope of the project. The second it goes over or around that, that's when, similar to the examples we've had in the past, we'll have to come back to council. I think the team has a fair idea of the costings of this purely because of the journey that we've been on here. Originally, the budget we had 2.5. We know we went to tender. Tenders came back to say that it was well in excess of that, and the cost was actually cost prohibitive in terms of trying to just replace the age of that shell. So, in all due respects, I kind of feel as though we're getting a little bit hung up on the 6 to 8 lanes. We've got a proposed budget of up to $6 million. So we now have the opportunity where the staff can go out and see if we can deliver this, which I'm confident that they can. As I said, the past estimates that we've had there give them a fair idea of where we sit. And if there are savings under $6 million, fantastic, it comes back to council. But what we can do in the most time-efficient manner is deliver the best possible outcome for our community. And I feel with this motion here, it doesn't preclude it being 6, it doesn't preclude it being 8, but what it does do is tell our staff there is $6 million there allocated. What is the best you can deliver for the best outcome for our community? And I think that's what we want, is the best outcome for our community. And I feel this motion gives us the best of both worlds, allows them to do exactly that, deliver the best for our community.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Well, I think I'll shut the discussion down right there. Thank you for your input. And I'll put the motion. It's been moved by Councillor O'Shea and seconded by Councillor Taylor. It's item 5 in regard to the Mulmerran pool refurbishment. Those in favour? Those against? Carried without dissent. We move then to item 7, the appointment of new members to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee. And Councillor Carl, you're declaring interest. And can I just simply say that because of your involvement and your knowledge of that sector in our community, I'm saddened that you're leaving the room, but you've made a choice, and council's accepting of your decision.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the recommendation that was put forward.
Councillor McDonald has moved the recommendation. Councillor McMahon has seconded that. Any need for discussion? Anyone wishing to speak against? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried without dissent. Councillor Cole. We move then to item 8.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee report. There are 4 items there. Anyone wish to take any of those items out for separate consideration? Nothing to be taken out for separate consideration. Happy to move ahead with item 4, the operational support for John Deere and Woolshed. Happy to move forward with the tenders for the purchase, which was confidential, and also the water alliance. No one against? Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Those be received. Councillors Shine and McDonald. Those in favour? Carried. Right, we move then to item 8.6, the Economic Development Committee report. There are no agenda items. We need to move that receipt of that report. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Those in favour? It's carried. Right, we move then to our monthly performance statement. Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. This is the statement for the period ending 28th of February as per section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. The February implications, rate notices, as we know, they were issued on the 5th of February with the due date of the 9th of March. I can advise councillors that payments are tracking very well and continue to track well. Outstanding at this point in time is 21.6 million, which is comparable with the same period last year. Also of note, during the period, the Department of Resources will undertake an annual valuation for the Toowoomba region for 2021. So the valuations will be issued on the 31st of March this year, and they will take effect from the 30th of June. And so moving on to the consolidated financial performance statement, and councillors, I will just take you through the various components of budgets and actuals there, and pointing out that we have got a budget review dated the 28th of February, so we're working on that budget review at the moment, and there's quite a few variances reported in this report that will be adjusted at the budget review. So looking first of all at that operating income, so rates and levies. So we know that we've got about 13% reduction in the rates and levies. That's as a impact from water use and from having a little bit of extra rain and putting in water restrictions impacts on our budget. So at this point in time, we're looking at reducing our overall rates and levies by 2 million at budget review too. So that is quite significant. The final round of rates will be levied in April this year for the full year with a payment date in May. Looking at fees and charges again continue to be impacted overall for the year, so we will be taking reductions in that area to budget review too. So at the moment it's in facilities, it's in parking and aerodrome, the hangar lease fees. Grants, subsidies, contributions and donations, there's additional income there, and that is from flood disaster recovery funding that has been received and wasn't budgeted, so that again will be brought in at budget review too. Moving on to operational expenditure, and Wendy, if you just want to move along to the consolidated financial performance statement, and I'll just take councillors through the issues there. So we can see labour continuing to track below budget, and that's a direct result of the influence of the service delivery review, where each position that becomes available is being analysed and assessed before being recruited. So just looking at size and shape of the organisation and service delivery there. Depreciation expense, there's, although it's only 1%, it's about $732,000, as you can see there. That's a direct impact of residual values in our fleet and logistics that were up for review, haven't been reviewed at this point in time, and that again figure will be taken to budget review too. And moving on to our capital income, grants, subsidies, contributions above budget by $944,000. We have the final milestone payment for the SES building at Charlton and Emu Creek landfill funding, both funds actually received but haven't been budgeted at this time. Infrastructure charges, so that's our good news story there. As we can see, we're travelling exceptionally well, 7.8 million ahead of where we were at this time last year, and 605,000 ahead of our full year's budget at this point in time. So again, that will be brought to councillors with the full details at the budget review. Financial Services branch continue to work with the planning team in that area. The sale of assets, councillors, we reported last month that we have a very strong second-hand market due to COVID. There's been lots about that in the media, and again, that will be additional capital income that will be reflected in the budget. Okay, moving on to capital expenditure. So at this point in time, councillors, 89.8 million, or 42% of the full year programme has been delivered to date. Within our capital works programme, we have 48% delivered, so we've got a variance there of 7.3 million. Projects that are below budget are in the water projects area and C&M, with the wet weather having significantly impacted on the delivery of projects in C&M. In our pandemic response projects, 22.7% of the programme has been delivered today, so 4.9 million below budget. And again, councillors, we have projects in water project services, in waste services, in parks, in property, and again in C&M. So across the organisation, we have projects tracking below budget. The February budget review process will give us an opportunity to review. What we will look at that point in time is our carryovers. So carryovers are from our capital works programme. So projects that haven't been delivered will be carried over, and we will reduce the allocated budgeted figure for next year by that amount. But with our pandemic response figures, they will be over and above. So they will be deferrals to ensure that we are delivering that $50 million worth of projects, 64 projects, $50 million, and predominantly with local suppliers. So at this point in time, councillors, we are looking at an overall reduction to around that $200 million figure for capital works.
Any questions for the acting GM? Councillor Began for a start, then Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Anne-Marie, you said about the sale of assets was above budget by 33%. What's the contributing factors there?
So the sale of assets is when we replace our fleet, and we are getting a much higher price for second-hand vehicles than we were pre-COVID. And that's a direct impact of delivery. So the second-hand market, so there's more money to spend on second-hand vehicles, so the prices have gone up, and we're achieving much higher results than we had anticipated or budgeted.
Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. You mentioned, I think, the imminent valuations that will be taking place. For the benefit of people watching today, listening, if they have queries about those valuations, what rights do they have, and where should they go to exercise those get answers to any questions that they might have?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, so if a landowner does not agree with the valuation that has been brought down by the department, they have got 60 days to lodge a complaint. They must, the onus is on the landowner, they must provide sufficient information to demonstrate why they believe that valuation is incorrect, and they will be required to provide all the information.
Thank you.
Further questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair, through you. I guess just that's a good question from Councillor Shine. Just following up on that, perhaps through knowledge base, I guess we may well have some calls through our call centres in regard to this, so I assume that information gets passed through.
Yes, and certainly our council's rates and levies team will be available to work with any of our ratepayers with any issues at all in this area.
Okay, thanks. And just to comment and a question, if I could, the consolidated financial report obviously tells the story of some good things and some challenges. The challenges seem to be a perennial issue for us around capital delivery. I'm just wondering, General Manager Anne-Marie, if through your department or even through service delivery and sustainability, we could consider through our budget deliberations a way of having ourselves as councillors, the organisation of council, also accountable and build trust between every person within this organisation and the community that we will deliver what we say we are going to deliver. And one of the options I'd like to put forward for consideration through the budget review would be, or the budget process, would be to have a display of our capital works program available for viewing on our website. So I guess the first question is, in the early stages, is that possible, and could we include something to come to council through that process so that we can have that real time, if you like, opportunity for ourselves, the organisation and the community to know what's happening at any given time?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and that's certainly something councillors that we have been looking at over the last number of years, and we do believe that we have got the capability and capacity to put that information on our website. So what I will suggest that through the budget development process we could take you some examples of how that will look, and we can take it from there. If you're happy with that?
That'd be well, I'd appreciate that if we can have that included. Thanks.
Sounds good to me.
Done.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Anne-Marie. Thank you for that. I have a question about the labour operational costs, please. The recurrent expenses under expenditure. Can you confirm for us, Anne-Marie, that when we are undertaking projects as a council, any of the contracts or the consulting labour expenses that go into those projects, are those labour expenses tabled there under labour operational costs, or are they attributed to the projects?
Okay, so thank you for the question. If it's operational, the labour is in that figure that you're looking at there. Mm-hmm. But if it's a capital project, it's in the overall cost. So if you look at capital expenditure, that 89 million capital expenditure year to date, that includes labour, materials, because all expenses in there. So we look every year at, when we develop the labour budget, we look at the total establishment, the full budget based on the establishment, and then we look at what gets allocated to capital projects. And that's one of our, if you like, our balancing factors that we can continue to employ the establishment that we do, because we know we can offset a certain proportion of labour every year.
A subsequent question, Mr Chair, through you. As I understand it, in the accounting world, when that is happening, it's a bit of a canary in the coal mine that your labour expenses are disproportionately high. But I was wondering if you could provide us councillors with your opinion on that. Are you comfortable with that process that we're currently undertaking?
Yeah, I'm very, very comfortable. So this is really, what you're talking about here is the difference between management accounting and financial accounting. So with financial accounting, you're looking at your total labour costs, but in management accounting, you're looking at all your different projects and what element of labour, materials, it's part of all of those. And what I should, with them, flood recovery works, so where there's operational works, we certainly separate and we have to report back to our various funding authorities on the labour component and the materials component and all of those. So I'm very comfortable with our systems for reporting.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for the GM? Councillor Carl?
Just a comment, if I may, Mr Chair, through to the Acting GM, Anne-Marie, or probably a half question, but it would seem to me, based on your explanation about the two accounting methodologies, that this is the critical reason why we need to get our prioritisation model in tune and continue to work on that to make sure we are identifying core business of council. In other words, I always say the nice to-dos and the need to-dos.
Yes.
Based on your explanation of the two methodologies. The latter would seem to me to highlight the extreme importance of a strategy from this council, and for that matter for every other council that follows this one, around how we prioritise what's important to do, particularly when it comes to capital works, particularly because it hits our asset management list and depreciation. Fair enough?
I agree, yes.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any further questions for Anne-Marie? If not, would someone like to move the monthly performance statement? Who so, please? Councillor McDonald and Shine. Any questions? Those in favour? Motion's carried. Move then to, thanks Anne-Marie, we move then to Planning and Development Report. Stuart.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Stuart.
I'll be brief with my report because it's a fairly brief report. I guess the most important element there would be the commencement, the formal commencement of the review of our planning documents, the Toowoomba Futures program. And we've been working fairly solidly on that for quite a few months already, of course. And but a few of the elements there have been highlighted: the Toowoomba Growth Plan, the survey of people to ask them what they value most in the community, and as a bit of a guide and a vision for their vision for the next 30 years of this city and region. Love Your Landscapes, which is looking at what's important to people in terms of the landscapes around us, the forest landscapes, the farmland, and dare I say it, even our urban landscapes. And Town Talks, looking at our centres that are spread across the region, speaking to them, speaking to people about what they see as their future as part of this great region. The other element I might refer to is the fact that with the various approvals that have been sent out in the last month, we also sent out charges notices, infrastructure charges notices for 3.1 million. Are there any questions?
Any questions for the GM? No questions? Whoops. Don't hurt yourself, Councillor Summerfield.
That's a big question coming up.
Councillor Summerfield.
It's a bit hard to be found. Stuart, I just wondered about the Environment Advisory Committee. They had their first meeting and they indicated an interest in contributing to developing and reviewing council strategies and policies relating to climate variances. How do you see that process occurring, and does that fit within their terms of reference?
What was the last bit then?
How do you see that occurring, and does that fit within their terms of reference?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep. And yep, very much so. And we'd be looking at running a lot of our environmental policies through that committee, and some of the material that we do have to include in the scheme this time round, pursuant to the Minister's guidelines, relate to climate change as well. So, yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Stuart, I was just going to ask you about the technical advice officers. I see that they've had 709 inquiries for the month, which is pretty incredible. So are those people, how are they trained, and those people that are in that role?
That's a very good question, because they come from a whole range of backgrounds. Once upon a time, technical officers were people that had spent a lot of time in and around planning offices, picking up the general information and able to provide a lot of advice to customers as they came to the counter. A lot of those folk are no longer with us, they've retired. The TAOs we have now come from admin backgrounds, or in fact I think one of them actually was a planner. She's actually moved into a higher position, and I don't think she's any longer a TAO. But they tend to pick up the training through the work of our planners, the assistance that we give them, and also they are well scripted. There are a lot of common questions that come across the counter, and as a result of that we're able to pre-prepare scripts for the officers. But a number of them actually have done also the local government, the LJQ course, which includes administrative and other legal matters, but also a strong element of planning.
Any further questions? If not, Mr GM, can I just ask you, I note, and I do so without any contact with the development industry, but I do note that the preliminary approval has been given for the Cathode Church at Westbrook. Coupled with that, I think there's an opportunity for people in the capital cities wanting to move to the regional Australia, and of course there wouldn't be a better place than Toowoomba to move to. How are we going? Is it possible, particularly given Cathode, that there could be Cathode's preliminary approval in the Westbrook area, that we could somehow advance opportunities out there in terms of subdivision, or has there been any contact with people out there? Look, I see the current environment as being an opportunity for Toowoomba.
Yes, certainly the diocese has been given a preliminary approval. A preliminary approval is really akin to a rezoning of the land. It's preparatory to further approvals, planning approvals being put in place later on. The major issue in that part of the world as we stand at the moment is that of infrastructure capacity. Particularly water capacity is an issue, but also transport as well. And why I say that, the capacity that we have in the current PIA is there to service those areas that are already zoned for urban development and are in fact being developed at the moment. Many areas around our PIA are being developed. In fact, I asked for some advice this morning from my engineers, and we have around 15, in fact probably more than 15, but 15 major active construction sites at the moment, development fronts where developers are actually building their next stages in order to be able to get their allotment sealed and onto the market. The construction, of course, is being a little frustrated, not by approvals from council, I am glad to say. Our guys are very busy and they're churning them out, but through the lack of availability of professional services, both here and in Brisbane, All our engineers and surveyors and other professionals that are related are very, very busy doing what they do. But the other issue that is confronting the developers at the moment is the scarcity of materials. Concrete pipes and pits and what have you is causing some frustration. There are back orders going back 3, 4 or 5 months. So we're very busy out there in the developer world. There's a lot of work going on. And I think, the fact that we're $8 million roughly ahead in terms of our infrastructure charges tells its own story. It means that obviously there's a lot more lots coming through the process of sealing, and that's the point at which the infrastructure charges are paid for residential lots. That's saying as well is saying there are a lot of lots coming onto the market, Mr. Mayor.
And I guess the other thing that predicated my question was, as many of us would know, a house that goes on the market is very often sold very quickly.
Yep.
And Toowoomba still has a fairly attractive medium price for houses compared with the capital city. So, I think the trend is there. The opportunity is there for us. So, very reason for the question.
I mean, the other issue too, which is related to that and is really at the pointy end of development, is the builders. I'm hearing increasingly that building companies that serve this community very well are actually shutting their books for 2021. They really they're right at their maximum in terms of what they can build. And we can't rely on builders coming from the Gold Coast or Brisbane because they are also very busy doing their own buildings down there. So it's a very busy time in the building industry, which is great for the nation, great for the economy, great for jobs and great for spin-off economic activity. That's good.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. That was something that's been in my mind for a while, and I appreciate your answer. Any other questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the report of the Planning and Development? Well, Councillor Megan, Councillor Bill, those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you, councillors.
We'll move to Water and Waste. Councillors, we do have a bit of a stricter timetable today in that there's a 12 o'clock upstairs with the Small Business Commissioner will be in town, and we sign up the documents in respect to a small business friendly council. So that will happen at 12 o'clock. The other thing that may happen, and one of our local mayors from Southern Downs, Vic Panisi, is in town, and he may just pop in just for a brief period from Southern Downs, so just to say hello briefly over lunch, so that may happen. So, Damien, over to you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the dams are at end February 30.9%. We're not moving to another level of water restrictions in probably till mid-2024. You'll just see there in the water quality, councillors, 2 others with illness after that. Well, we had 2 residents complain, one of a sore throat, one of a sore stomach. We tested, there's nothing, all the water is within parameters. I suggest they had an ailment from some other source, Mr Mayor. Councillors, there's a couple of photos there of the Perseverance low-level pumps. That's the things that look like a rocket, and the Perseverance high-level pumps. The 2 high-level pumps are in situ now. I do have some bad news, councillors. We were going to get Perseverance back online at the end of this month. Everything was to budget, to schedule. A piece of gear in the circuit breaker, which is a non-serviceable item, requires remaking in Norway and will be brought to site. So the expected time to get Perseverance back is mid-May, late May, 24th of May. Mr Mayor.
Okay, questions for the GM? Councillor Tim and Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Damien. Just wanted to touch on the 30.9. You mentioned it briefly. Down from 31.5 in around Christmas, and whether or not the last few days will have a few decimals to add to that. But we are flirting with the 30%, which from memory you've said is when we go into restrictions. And you said it in kind of a one sentence, but can you just elaborate on the plan for that and how we're going to go if we fall under 30?
Councillors, there hasn't been a great deal of rain, but it's nice to see the rain and wetting the catchments. If it continues with soft rainfall the way it is, we'll start to get some runoff. 30% is not a magic number for us now. We went to the restriction level in Toowoomba bulk earlier than was scheduled. So the next restriction level is at 20% in the dams, and we wouldn't be getting there until mid-2024 with current expected failing season wets, similar wets to what we've had.
So, sorry, follow-up, Chair, there's not going to be any specific changes than what we're on now for a fair few years yet?
No, we'll continue to run this system principally out of Crestbrook and Wivenhoe.
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for that report, Damien. So just wondered, the Yarraman Waste Facility, we did a survey of residents up there in relation to that. Did we see the results of that, or...?
I think Matt discussed those in relation to the waste infrastructure plan that we brought to Council
in that last...
recently in, I want to say February. I think it was February.
Okay, so it was in there. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Damien. Thank you for that. Damien, could you confirm for the councillors that the company responsible for that delay with the Perseverance pump is paying costs for that delay to us?
It's common for what we call LDs, liquidated damages. So yes, there are some financial penalties going through in that. Yes.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, no, just a comment, I guess, more than anything through you to the General Manager, just looking at the drinking water consumption and what we've heard, that there's less water being used certainly does affect finances as well. But it looks like, if I read that correctly, that they're all over the restricted target, some only marginally over, but they are all over for February. So I just wondered, it's unusual for us to have that. In the past few months, they've been under, some significantly.
Councillor McDonald, we've removed all the areas that we separately monitor that are under restriction levels, and just in order to try and guide councillors' minds to the areas where we've got a behaviour that we want to modify. That is why that's a truncated table now.
Wondering why that was the case. Good on you. Thanks.
Further questions? Not. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillors Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour?
Thanks, Mr.
Carried. Move then to the Infrastructure Services Group. General Manager Mike. Thanks, Damien.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and again, good morning, councillors.
G'day, Mike.
Take the report as read, but just a few good community outcomes over the last month. The Royal Flying Doctor Service patient transfer facility at the Toowoomba City Airdrome is up and operating now, so that's an excellent outcome. Across the region, many projects are being completed or are well underway, but down in Clifton, the East Street curb and channel works and associated footpath works, it's good to see from that project coming to close to completion there. And up in Kingswell Hayden Road, a black spot project getting underway. Further down south, the Tumberville Road Bridge replacement project, that's now complete, which is excellent. And we got underway with the Russell Street streetscape in the city. So that's just a very quick overview of a few key items that are happening across the region.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, GM Stuart Summers mentioned in passing about the time that they are waiting for precast concrete. I'm wondering if this is just the tip of the iceberg, wondering if you could just quickly brief council on what the issue there is. Because it will have ongoing effect on our organisation and the way it proceeds with projects in the future.
Yes, currently it is a significant impact, and it's not just on our council, but on, I know my discussions with counterparts in Transport and Main Roads, other state agencies and other councils, the provision of, in particular right at the moment, drainage pipes is at its limit in the state of Queensland and potentially in Australia. So there is a cost increase occurring in that space, as well as delays to procurement of probably for reinforced concrete pipe in the order of about 3 months at the moment. We are looking at alternatives where appropriate, but it has put some potential delays on a few of our projects as well.
Thank you, Mark.
Any other questions? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. You mentioned in the report that Ergon has commenced a program changing the lighting to LED lighting. Do you expect that to result in a higher or a lower cost to us?
Yeah, as you can see, it's just the mercury vapour lighting at this stage. So some of the which is the oldest style or oldest ones across the region. There's also the sodium vapour and other lighting types that they may look at upgrading in due course. The cost implications originally were indicated that there'd be a level of potential saving for council. That said, some just recent numbers that we're starting to look at may not bring that to fruition. So we're still in discussions with Ergon, and I think this is really at a state level through the likes of LGAQ and others to have probably some discussions there. The flow-on benefit is yet to be confirmed.
Any further questions? Councillor Carroll, you and I and Councillor Melissa had a conversation yesterday with Kim from Main Roads, talking about broader issues, general issues, and I think that was a worthwhile discussion. Carol, would you like to just report a little on that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the discussions that we had here yesterday were probably not meant, they're just discussions that we've had, but there were many things that TMR flagged with us, and also to that effect yesterday we also had a meeting with TMR and LGAQ on council's support for the Rosie project roads, which are the roads federal government program for the corridor roads. And what we're dealing with here is in our community is the Toowoomba to Seymour corridor, which Mr Brady might like to fill that in on what we've actually landed with. And also the Toowoomba to Brisbane, is it, Mike? Yes, I think. So we supported TMR, presented to us on what they were taking forward in that space, and council put forward their smaller roads. So there were the short term, the medium term and the long term, all of which have great benefit for our region, and some, Mr Mayor, that were mentioned in our discussions yesterday afternoon in your office as well. So I might just hand over to Mr Brady to just mention the larger of those projects, and those application for that funding will go forward, and we can just, council will support. They go through the Eastern Downs Road Group chairs, so they go through the road group, but it's actually we've always had a great partnership there, because all the roads, particularly the TMR higher order roads, benefit our community as well. So there's a lot of need there, and perhaps Mr Brady might just mention the higher level projects that that we will be taking forward. Thanks, Mike.
Mike.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillors, Rosie, or Roads of Significant Importance program is one that the federal government has made available across Australia. It's a significant program post the last election. In Queensland, it includes a number of different road corridors, but as Councillor Taylor pointed out, the Toowoomba Seymour corridor through Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria, and in Queensland, that is, the focus is obviously the Gore Highway. Long story short, councillors, it's basically, this program is based on economic principles for communities and how upgrades of network, be it the corridor itself, the Gore Highway in case of Queensland, or associated roads, can add to that economic benefit for the, not only the region, the state, but also the nation. So in our group of projects, obviously TMR have a list of ongoing planning projects. They have in the order of, through this region, associated in the order of maybe 50 projects over a long period of time that they'd like to see a level of funding come towards. And particularly interest are the ones probably of a higher priority, the ones through the city, and a lot of to do with our intersections, going through Anzac Avenue, putting in right turn lanes and different things like that through the city would be of advantage both from a movement of traffic but also from a safety perspective. So there was a number of those. Jointly, we also see O'Mara Road and Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road intersection and associated approaches as a high priority, and a number of potential council projects, Bidston, Southbrook, Wairema, Athol, are other projects that sort of work within the elements of this program.
Thanks, Mr. Brady. And the Brisbane to Toowoomba to Brisbane?
Yeah, and there is the, through you, Mr Mayor, Toowoomba to Brisbane corridor, and again there's a focus through TMR on the intersections in the city, be it Hume Street or other intersections, Neil Street, and also in that list is the western ramps for Boundary Street, so probably more of a medium priority than a high priority.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Brady. Thank you.
And I think some of the dreaming projects too that we've been thinking about, the connection of the New England to the bypass,
the southern connection,
the value of working on Boundary Road to get it from out into Highfields. That was a project that we thought was funded some years ago, but there was a change of attitude toward it now, and even Boundary Road on the other side of town. Over near Westbrook, it doesn't connect through there. Maybe it should. Whole range of things that are virtually, things that we want to just put on the agenda. We know that they won't happen in the short term, but they need to be planned now. Well, particularly joining the New England to the bypass to bring those trucks, those southern trucks, out of town. They really would need to identify the corridor sooner rather than later, so people have some understanding. Councillor Shine, then Councillor Taylor.
So, if I might just clarify in my mind, this is a federal government commitment as a result of the last election. Does it apply to funds, or is it just enabling corridors to be included in future funding? Is that the idea of it, or?
There's in the order of about $1 billion, $1 billion of actual funding. That said, about a third of that's already been committed between the federal and state governments in respect to corridor improvements, and for us locally, the Gore Highway has some in the order of $65 million or $65 million committed already under that ROSI program. This process is a process that'll go through a number of steps. Our submissions, along with other ones across Queensland, will go into an assessment process by Transport and Main Roads out of Brisbane, and eventually through to the Department of Infrastructure in Canberra, to be assessed as this is a long-term program. Again, it's not. This isn't funding just in the next year. at this stage, it's at least over the next, it's foreseen to be towards the next 5 to 10 years. That said, it could, if there's a lot of interest, which definitely there is, there may be additional funding at some point in future.
Just on a supplementary, if I could, would you envisage our workforce being involved with whatever work might come our way as a result of that?
Should the projects that get chosen be on our road network, as in the local government road network, most definitely. Should the projects be on the TMR state network, that would be their choice who they have involved.
It being their choice, is it normal practice for them to often engage the local authority to carry out some of that work?
It can be. We do, as I've said before, we do in the order of about $10 million a year of TMR work. Pending capacity at the time when these projects come up, and timelines and all those sorts of things.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on, not on the Rosie, but there has been some, not planning, but a desire to have a heavy vehicle route from Oakey through over to the south. There's no B-double route from Pittsworth over to the New England to the south, and that was discussed as well. And talking about the corridor of Boundary Road, I think that bird has flown with all the development that's happened out there, but TMR are endeavouring to plan and to acquire a corridor down further to the west. So just to inform council, a lot of work to be done in that space, but that's what they have spoken to us about. So for whatever reason, there has never been one to the south. So,
Yep.
and for the way the heavies move, it would be really a very big asset to them.
I
Thank you.
appreciate very much. Well, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa were there too, and putting some of the future needs, the way out there future needs on the table, knowing full well when it comes to infrastructure, the journey you're on, the planning journey, the funding journey, the construction journey, it all takes an awful lot of time. Any further questions, Councillor McDonald?
Through you, Mr Chair, through to Mike. Mike, can you just, under fleet, so page, whatever it is on the report, 33 of 78, the little graphic there shows scheduled, planned and reactive works.
Yep.
I think the operational targets 80% or thereabouts for planned or scheduled. I just wondered, can you explain to me what the difference is between scheduled and planned? Might seem a silly question, but I just wondered what's scheduled and what's planned and what's the difference?
It's a good question, thank you, Councillor. I'm just trying to think of how best to explain it.
Good question, Jeffrey.
Yeah. There's a schedule, and I'll get a confirmation back to council, but basically it's the schedules to do with different warranty requirements and 10,000 kilometre requirements, and then planned maintenance is where we note then, okay, when it comes in and gets its normal service, that there's some other works to be done, maybe in the next week or the next couple of weeks. So through the servicing and everything, we pick up on other items. It's just like when you take your vehicle to the garage for its 10,000k service. If they can fix things then, they do. But sometimes they pick up, there's a couple of things, or they'll say that there's some bearings or something that need to be replaced in 5,000 kilometres or more. So then that becomes a planned piece of work. And then the reactive, obviously, is something breaks down or something breaks before it can get fixed. So that's the difference between the schedule and plan. Is that?
Yeah.
So the normal servicing versus then stuff that other stuff that gets picked up.
Okay, I was just trying to work through as a dashboard to add value for us from a decision-making perspective. The most critical part for us is the reactive element, I would have thought, rather than the other two.
Yes, and that's where we need to be, in the management of our fleet, be in a position where we think it's a reasonable target, 80% plus. So we're picking up that a lot earlier.
Thanks.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move a receipt of that report? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Carried.
Thank you, councillors.
As I mentioned, we are on a very strict timetable to be up there for the launch at 12 o'clock. So, Nick, we might just have to suspend yours if you run over time. It's not a warning, it's just simply that we're on a strict timetable.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Nick?
Thank you. I'll do my best to be succinct then. And councillors, I did already intend not to focus on what's written in the monthly report for you, but rather take the opportunity to address what's an emerging issue for us, and we've read about it in the front page of the paper yesterday, that being our trial of changed hours to the community venues. And so we're conducting that trial, as you know, as per the advice that I've circulated previously, a trial through to the 30th of June around some changed opening hours for the venue. And we've received some feedback. In terms of quantity, it's not an enormous amount of feedback, but it certainly is very loud, very vocal and very passionate. So we've taken on board that feedback that we've received. The team has met as recently as this morning with the team being the community venues personnel and the service delivery review team as well. And we're going to make some changes to that. So we are honouring existing bookings, and we're going to take the opportunity there to while we have existing bookings, to take other bookings at the same time that we're there. It makes sense. We're open. We're staffed to honour existing bookings. So if people would like to make a booking at the same time, we'll accept those bookings. We're also going to go back and have a look at any applications that we've received up until now and match those that align with existing bookings and follow up with phone calls and offers to those community groups and other potential hirers, let them know that the venues are available. We'll also undertake an assessment of demand and have a look and see if there's a couple of nights or more that we need to be open and accept bookings through that time. So we've I'd just like to say, I guess we've heard the feedback that we've received in the short 3 weeks till now. We'll make some changes immediately and we'll continue to monitor that. We'll also undertake some surveys of the community. I don't know what that will look like just yet. That's an idea that we've just spoken about, but we will do that and take that feedback on board as well when we report back to you. But I just thought it was a good opportunity, timely, to provide you with that update and hopefully set your minds at ease.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I'm glad you raised that, Nick, because it was a question I had for you. So I'm just wondering, are we just shutting it and waiting to see what happens, or are we actually doing a survey of the people? Because a lot of people actually use that, and I was really surprised that this trial, as it's called, went ahead without, it just happened. And I just wonder whether, are we just waiting and hoping people are going to ring and complain, or what process are you following to get your feedback to ensure that we've got a true understanding? And are you considering in that the possibility of, if cost is a concern, because we spent a lot of money for that facility over there, ensuring there were community rooms in there for this specific purpose. So I'm a little bit surprised by the whole exercise, to be honest.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. The short answer is yes, we are going to be undertaking some surveys, and some of that will be direct to regular users and past hirers, so they'll be directly contacted and asked to complete the survey. We'll also make it publicly available, obviously, but we're also, through the booking process, there's a mechanism for recording the inquiries and helping us understand the demand. So it's a bit of a multi-pronged approach, but absolutely the community survey is an integral part of it.
Councillor Summerfield, yes. Now move to Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just on that, one presumes that you would have records of the usage of the rooms pre-COVID for the 12 months preceding that. Would you not be able to be informed of the likely future use of it based on that past use?
Yeah, correct. That's another source of data for us in terms of moving forward and making recommendations.
Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of comments and a question, Nick. Thanks for showing leadership on the library thing. I think it's good that we, you've done some looking into it. Certainly, my phone rings a lot when the consultation hasn't happened, and it has rung a lot to this point, as you know. Certainly, there's a lot of community concern about that. So thanks for addressing it. Another issue, can I just give a shout out to our conservation and pest management staff who have done a great job attending the shows and really meeting with the community and working with them there and getting out and educating. My question is around Anzac Day, and the comment here in your report, council officers are supporting local community planning committees to review Anzac Day in the light of COVID-19 restrictions easing. Certainly very keen to see Anzac Day and its special place in the community. My original position is I was told that we don't, it's individual committees that meet and it's not technically a council thing to put on. I wonder if you could clarify our position and how we're helping these local communities and if they're open to re-looking at their plans or what the story is there.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Yeah, that's correct. There are local organising committees in the community that that plan for and conduct the Anzac Day events. They're supported by our community development officers who assist them in that role, and they also assist with the connections internal to council where we provide additional support. So we do provide support for provision of provision of things like gazebos and the like, and road closures where they're required. So the CDOs are the point of contact to help with that liaison. They're also familiarising themselves with the COVID restrictions and providing advice to those organising committees.
Okay, and just follow up, so it is still up to the committee in each town to what extent their Anzac Day service runs? Good, thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To follow up on Councillor Tim's comments and through you, some areas do not have Anzac Day committees, i.e. Greenmount. It doesn't have an Anzac Day committee. It has a hall committee which has nothing to do with Anzac Day. They provide the morning tea. The schools, both schools, Emu Creek and Greenmount State School, have always been involved in there. Council has always organised it. It is not an Anzac Day committee, and the fact is that Anzac Day in Greenmount represents Anzac Day for all the people in the old Cambodia Shire area. That is the cenotaph that they go to. So I'm very concerned, and there's a lot of public comment around what is happening there, because it appears to me that it has been taken out of the hands of the community and put in the hands of a committee that is not there for that purpose.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any comment there, Councillor? Nick?
Oh, I'm not across that level of detail, Mr Mayor. I'd need to check with the team.
Councillor Von Hobbs.
Please do.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Nick. Nick, just back onto the community rooms at the libraries. The use of the word trial says to me that it's a temporary period. Can you confirm to us, councillors, that at the end of the trial, at the end of the surveys and all of the community consultation, is that decision going to come back to councillors?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield.
I'll be really quick, aware of the time. I did mean to ask beforehand, and I'll go through you too, Brian, I guess. As someone who's used those community rooms in the library to attend functions and meetings and whatever, do we have a conflict of interest? No, okay, thank you. Just clarifying.
Okay, in respect to Anzac Day, I had a call from Colonel Charlie Barton from who was the Army Commander in this region, and I threw the ball to you guys. Did you hear anything back on that? I wasn't even sure. Oh, he just wanted confirmation of what was happening, I'd imagine. Has the contact been made?
I don't know, Mr Mayor. We're so efficient that went straight through my office directly to the operational area, and I didn't even see it, so I'll need to follow up. Thank you.
I wouldn't mind getting a bit of a briefing on that, because Colonel Barton is fairly well up the ladder, and make sure he got the message. Now, is there any further questions for GM? Would someone like to move to receive that report? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Carried. Someone
move to adjourn the meeting.
The adjournment of the meeting. We'll attempt to get back here by 1, but they're obviously, this is not a normal lunch. There's a bit more happening, so we'll do the best we can. Councillor McDonald has moved. Councillor James has seconded, and everyone's in favour, I'm sure. We'll be removing to item 10.5, the Finance and Business Strategy, but can I recognise Southern Downs Mayor Vic Panisi here, colleague and a fellow colleague who works with the Council of Mayors in South West Queensland, and also would be a very beneficiary of the Water Alliance if we can get some water to come to this area. So Vic, thanks very much, and look forward to catching up with you tonight. So over to General Manager Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I will take the report as read and just hit on a couple of highlights for you. On the 15th of February, we launched web chat to our customers via our website. This was a soft launch so that we could give our staff a chance to get a bit of confidence in the area, but it's since then we have, so it was initially just in the Contact Us page, but since then we've rolled it out to payments and rates and laws and permits. So without any promotion around that, and that's probably end today, we're having 7 to 10 a day of our customers using the web chat. So we're very happy with that progress. Also, we implemented a new queue flow ticket kiosk, a queue system in customer service, and there's a nice photo. Financial Services branch usually has a little bit of photo envy when we look at the other group reports, so we put a photo in of what the new queue flow ticket kiosk looks like there. And just moving on to the Financial Services branch, and we hosted the 5th annual rates user group session on the 12th of February, and we had an excellent turnout from across Queensland in attendance at that session. And I think it was really interesting with LGAQ were in attendance, as were the department, and they both mentioned that Toowoomba was the go-to place with any queries or issues around rates.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Summerfield.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Chair. Anne-Marie, thanks for your report. I just wondered, in relation to the turnover of staff, we're up around the 11% for the year. In reflection of our staff survey outcomes, I'm just wondering, are we going to improve our or look at our current exit strategies to ensure that we fully understand why people are leaving the organisation? And I also note that 11% is only on permanent staff. We don't know what the casual staff are that have left as well. So I'm just wondering, to ensure that it's not bullying and harassment is the reason that they're leaving, will we be ensuring that's covered off in an exit?
Yeah, well, certainly we do carry out exit interviews for everyone leaving the organisation. ELT are provided with a report on a monthly basis with all exits and the reason for the exits, and that is reviewed by the executive team.
Thank you.
But I will make sure that I'll take that question on notice that and include any reference to bullying or harassment in that.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Anne-Marie, love the idea of the web chat on the Council's interface page. I'm just wondering, since the soft launch and this was written, any feedback on the uptake of that program?
I'm sorry, what's the question? Any feedback on?
On the uptake of the web chat and
Yeah,
how
so
it's been used?
between 7 and 10 per day. So we haven't done any we haven't publicly launched it or done any promotions around it. So a very soft launch while our staff are getting building up their confidence, and we've got some training being rolled out in the next couple of weeks for our customer service officers to ensure they're as many of them as possible are upskilled in that area, so we can address an increase in that demand. But it's been really successful, so we're very, very happy with it.
Any further questions for the GM? No further questions. Would someone like to move the Finance and Business Strategy Group Report? Be received, please. Councillor McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. We move to item 11, the Chief Executive Officer's Monthly Report as at March 2021.
Thank you, councillors. Just quickly, I was just going to cover off that one issue about the staff survey and the consultation and feedback and debrief sessions we've been doing with council staff. As you can see in that report there, I've done 7 face-to-face sessions across the region from Thursday 25th of February, and finished up with the last one on Thursday the 18th of March. We did 3 sessions at the Charlton Depot, 1 at Millmerran, 1 at Crow's Nest, 1 at Gumbungie and 1 at Pittsworth over 2 days. And face-to-face debriefs, there was about 430 people there, presented those. And I also did that Slido question and answer presentation as well. We had, that was accessed by 578 electronic devices, so there at least 578 people, that there's possibilities where people were actually, multiple people on electronic devices. There's more people who actually viewed that than the actual electronic devices. So we certainly touched base with more than over 1,000 people in the organisation. In the Slido presentation, which was very well accepted, there were 303 people who actually actively participated in that by either asking a question or liking or disliking a question. And there was nearly 2,000 engagements in that. So that's basically of the 303 people that participated, an average of just over 6 times they interacted with the questions that were related to there. So that was a fairly successful platform. And as I've reiterated in the past, it does get fairly good traction in that, again, it's a fully anonymous process unless the person wishes to divulge their identity. I've also attached there, as part of that presentation, just a couple of the key messages that we circulated to the staff at the particular at the debrief sessions. The key messages in relation to the 2020 staff survey, the results from that, and also a brochure on basically how to assist our staff in identifying harassment and bullying in the workplace and how to report that and the multiple channels that are available for that to happen. I'd just like to thank Council today also for basically their motion today, which provides further support to the organisation, and I think it's an opportunity to provide fresh eyes across all of the initiatives that we are doing at this point in time to make sure that they are appropriate and meet industry best practice. So having that independent overview, I think, is a good thing to have. Will certainly give more confidence to the staff as well. But also, if there's gaps or things that we're missing here in the organisation, the way that we organise and management at this point in time, it'll be good to get that feedback so that we can see if there's other things we actually need to be doing to help the organisation stamp out bullying and harassment and sexual harassment. So that was the only issue I was covering off on today, and if there's that or if there's any other questions.
Councillor Melissa, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. Thank you, Brian. Just a couple of questions, if you could indulge me, please. One is, I'm just trying to clarify the fact that you've talked about focus groups and having those run between the 7th and 9th of April. Yes, and then in the Merrill Minute today, we spoke about getting external providers in. So can you just clarify the difference or what your intent with that is first?
The focus groups were initially proposed as one of the first options or initiatives to pursue by the consultant, InSync. And that was about drilling down further into some of those results to see what's the root cause, I suppose, of those things there. I think we need to just see where that is going in relation to what the feedback that we'll get back when we go outside to see if the other external consultants or experts, when they provide what their methodology is for basically responding to that council resolution. It may dovetail with that, or we may have to change that, but at this stage, that was the initial response, and when we were engaging with the staff, that was one of the initiatives that we were talking about, besides continuation of what we're already doing and reviewing what we're doing in a broad sense we were talking about. The direction that Council's given today certainly gives more support and background for that actually to happen in an independent fashion and keep Council advised as to what the outcomes are.
Okay, thank you. Just 2 more questions, just very quick ones. One, when do you... I see that you've in the Merrill Minute today that you wanted feedback by the April 2021? And when were you wanting feedback or outcome from the focus groups?
The schedule, I haven't got that schedule with me when they actually have to happen, but we'll just talk to our people after the session today to see how that actually lines up, whether we can actually hold that in abeyance until we see how that works with the new process that's being proposed as well.
Okay. And just third and last, thank you. Talking about where we've been, 2018 we had the survey, 19 was the pulse, 20 was the survey, and looking at no improvement from 18 to 20 as such, is it a possibility to look at doing a survey every 12 months for the near future anyway, to at least get some idea more quickly on how the organisation is travelling?
Yeah. You're talking about the particular results in sexual harassment and bullying? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Or a full staff survey every 12 months?
Yeah, well, the full staff survey, I think that question was asked to InSync with Michael Melky about that, and his advice, if my recollection's correct, was that he said every about 18 months to 2 years was my recollection of what he said. There'd be no reason why you couldn't do it, but maybe we should do, if this is a specific issue, obviously, where there's going to be a fairly strong response from council, you could perhaps just do some surveying in relation to that one element of it as well, if you needed to do that, or you could do the full survey. It's just I think Mike was talking about getting the staff, over surveyed in relation to this kind of stuff, but particularly, I think we'd actually, when we engage with these external consultants, that's probably a good question to talk to them about. What should we be doing in relation to surveying the response and the feelings of our organisation, particularly in relation to the bullying, sexual harassment and bullying. So I'm sure that they will have some kind of methodology for measuring whether we are improving or not in that particular area, and that will be something that we'll talk to them about when we actually look at commissioning them.
I'd be interested to see what their response to that would be, because my feeling is that 18 to 20 is too long, not knowing whether what we're implementing is actually getting traction and is actually working. So to wait another 2 years to get that information, I think, is too long. So to see where the staff and how they're feeling. Yeah,
I think you actually have to get a cultural change to manage obviously bullying and harassment. It's overall a cultural thing. Cultural change is very difficult to do very, very quickly. It takes time, but you also need buy-in by all stakeholders that are involved in it. So because management says it so doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it should be. We need to make sure that we take everybody on that journey. But
absolutely.
I hear what you're saying. I think we need to take that advice from those experts about, is there some more appropriate surveying of our staff that we should be doing, or more frequent?
Cultural change does take time, and I have had that experience, but I just think we need to monitor that, because you don't want to get 2 years down the track and not have good traction, with it, and lose more good people from the organisation.
Yep, take that on board.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. To the CEO, just wanted to ask about these numbers. We had 430 at the face-to-face and 578 electronic, so that's around 1,000 from a staff of 1,800. I don't know what you mean by the engagement score of 1995, but by my reading, we've got about 1,000 of 1,800 being exposed to these results. I would have thought that we need to get as many people to see them and reflect and talk about change, and I'm just concerned with the percentage of staff who've seen it.
Okay. I'll just clarify that. The face-to-face, we can confidently say that there's 430 people. We touched base with face-to-face. With the 578, that's electronic devices that were actually used to access, and that's a measure. So we don't know whether there's more than one person watching a computer or a mobile phone or an iPad. So we know at least it's that amount there. The Slido presentation and the question, which included the full presentation from Michael Melky from InSync, That was video recorded, and that's available at our intranet. So, and we also encourage staff to actually, if they weren't able to make any of those sessions, that it's available there for them to look at any time.
No, thanks for that clarification. Just follow up, Chair. Are you confident that the vast majority of our staff will see this?
Yes. When you combine with the overall presentation that I've given, also we're actually doing a finer cut, I suppose, where we have the branch managers will be going back to their own branch as well with their own branch results, and they'll be able to reiterate a quick overview of what the organisational results are. But also part of that process is engaging with the specific branch with their specific results to see is there any specific issues that they need to, as a group, come up with some strategies and answers to basically how they can make their own workplace better.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the CEO? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the CEO. When we're looking at page 44 of 78 on board books, talking about next steps, and you've got the focus groups, and then you say continue to understand the issues and identify opportunities. Are we going to invite and consider accounts from past staff? Because some of them may have left without raising the issues formally, just thinking that it was easier to leave the organisation. And I'm not suggesting that we go back years and years and years, but perhaps 24 months when the survey started, and that might be very useful information to gather about what their experiences were.
Yeah, I concur that could be valuable information, and I'm sure that when we actually talk to the consultancies that will be providing submissions, we could say that that information should be available. Obviously, we won't be able to contact everybody that's there, but I think that is one avenue where you might be able to get some fairly quick and succinct information that's targeted, so I think that's a good option.
Further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Just a question through you to the CEO, maybe throw it on the table for discussion when the professional, whoever that may be, is engaged. We, just by way of how we need to operate, we include volunteers as part of council for many ways, through workplace health and safety and other things. I wondered if the volunteers were ever or have been surveyed in such a fashion as well, because they often are interacting with staff and also with public.
My understanding is that in relation to this survey, it didn't include volunteers. But I suppose that's another dimension that if council wish to survey in relation to their experiences, is something you could do, but that wasn't included in this particular survey. So those results haven't been bundled in or up. We can't slice those and see what response was because they actually weren't included in the survey.
That's okay. I just wonder, it might be something to put on the table.
Yeah, it is.
When that person comes in.
Yep. And I don't think you want to deal with the two together, but it would be an interesting thing to see how the volunteers get on with in the organisation, how they're treated. Councillor Megan O'Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Brian, we may have covered it when we talked about it the other day. Is there any distinction made about whether the bullying's external or internal, so from members of the public to staff?
The question that was asked was exactly, if not, have you experienced bullying in Toowoomba Regional Council in the past 12 months, or at Toowoomba Regional Council in the past 12 months, and have you experienced sexual harassment at Toowoomba Regional Council in the past 12 months? So it was open to interpretation, whether it was totally internally or totally externally, or a blend of both. Obviously, it would be a blend of both, I would think. Or it may have been read just as internally. So that's yet to be determined. But the way it was structured, the question did leave some room for people to interpret that differently, whether it was from within our organisation or as when they interact or interface with their public and the community and experience bullying that way or sexual harassment that way. So that potentially could be some of the statistics that have been reported.
Further questions? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for that, Brian. I just wanted to talk about something totally different, if that's all right. Seeking your advice in relation to Council's position on the quarantine camp. There's been a lot of community activity on this subject. We know that the MPs are receiving many phone calls. We know there's a petition. We know the health service is very cautious about it, very concerned about it. There's current outbreaks. So just wondering what we as a council should be doing. I know we don't have any jurisdiction in it, but I know the community's looking to us for guidance on what we should be doing in relation to what our stance should be in relation to the quarantine camp. And I just wondered what your thoughts are on what we should be doing as a council.
I suppose the first response is that we would have to respond to that in relation to any development applications that landed on our for us to process, and we shouldn't prejudice what our position is in relation to any of those applications that are forthcoming. So you'd be aware that once you do that, as a council or as an individuals, you basically leave yourself open for an appeal either by the applicant or the objectors. So in relation to that, we would have to deal with that fairly under the normal planning legislation. Particularly in relation to this one, it's an issue really that whether it can actually be there in the first place before it even gets on our plate is between the states and the federals to decide what that position is, and they potentially could take that out of our hands as far as use of other planning implements or instruments to do that. So at this stage, I think council would be wise, and as individuals and also as individuals, to not close off an issue where potentially they make a position, and then when it comes to a vote, they actually can't vote because they've prejudiced their position.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Do they have a special arrangement out there in relation to planning, or do each of their sites have to be approved?
I'm not actually sure. I think it would have to be normally reviewed, but the states and the feds, I think, would have other mechanisms where they could take it out of our hands if they wish to do so.
Anyway, yeah.
And they would have to, I think, enact that from their perspective.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Sommerfield, if you don't mind, I'll probably just say a couple of things. You might have noticed a letter that I sent to the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, as well as, and I asked my staff to pass it on. That came as a result of a meeting with the health providers in town, which was quite definitive, but there's so many questions unanswered. The response I've got so far is a recognition that the letter has been sent to the Premier. Nobody else has responded. So I'm not too sure. I'll certainly, in my visit to Canberra tomorrow and Thursday with the ComSec group, I certainly will be asking that question. And yeah, it's been fairly interesting. There's been a fair bit of pressure put on people. I've got phone calls from both sides, but the thing that I did on behalf of council was found out the facts, and I think that was a critical move, and those questions have not been answered. That's a bit of a shame.
Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Just on that, thank you, Chair, through you to the CEO, and what you were saying about the planning approvals that might come to us. I think we were under the impression that the COVID Emergency Act would short-circuit us from that process, and that if this did eventuate, council wouldn't be involved in those decisions because state legislation would trump us, basically. Is that your understanding as well?
That may well be the case, that emergency legislation may do so, and whether that takes all of it out of our hands, I'm not familiar with that. We'd have to get some advice as to that, but that is a likely outcome. That emergency legislation is quite strong, but there may be other planning aspects that they want us to address. I'm not sure on that one.
Any further questions? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, just following on what the CEO's advice was to councillors and your trip to Canberra, in your trip, will you be only asking questions, or what would your answer be to the question that might be put to you as to what you as the Mayor of this region, what your attitude would be to the hub. Would you follow that advice of the CEOs, or would you have a different answer?
No, I'll be following the advice of the CEO, and I think particularly mentioning that that letter went off some weeks ago, and I guess it's rather disappointing that there's not been a response of any sort.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Mr CEO, notwithstanding your advice, I mean, the only discussion I hear in the public arena is about a business case on the facts. I'm quite disturbed that, and this is my personal view, that this community could be at a level of unacceptable risk, as that's a public sentiment that's out there. I am of the view that, as with any state significant or federally significant project, council will most likely, definitely not be involved in any planning process, given that this is a public health and safety, as Councillor Von Hoff has stated, the COVID legislation. I would like to think that we as a council could advocate quite strongly, and even if that is a role around trying to facilitate a level of awareness. Now, how we do that, I applaud your initiative, Mayor, for meeting with the health professionals and that fraternity in our community. But I would like to see us try and investigate opportunities to facilitate a level of awareness in our community about the potential, both for and against, or positive and negative potential, and that is in association to risk. I'd like to see us unpack that a little bit more as community leaders, because I think to sit back and rely on a discussion that's being had around show us the business case, it doesn't stack up. This isn't a normal project. This is a quite serious, potentially a quite serious risk to our community, in my view, and that's my personal view, and I stress that. So I just think I'd like to see us investigate other avenues to strongly advocate on behalf of our community.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor Summerfield.
Could I just do a follow-up, please? Just in relation to what Councillor Shine was just saying, do you need some guidance before you go to Canberra on the views of this council, or...?
Well, I think the number one point will be I'm not for or against. I'm certainly wanting to get the facts on the table. And I'm not going to take a stand either way, despite the fact that I've been asked to take a stand. I think there's merits in both sides of the argument. But, I would hope that I can convey that in a professional way when I get down there. I think the big dispute currently is between the state and the federal government. And anyone you talk to, you find that. Now, interestingly, I've heard some of the supposed polling or sentiment that's come out of this community, and it's not 50-50. It's in favour of doing something to bring workers in. And maybe it was the way the question was asked, I don't know. But there's a fair bit of enthusiasm from universities across southern Queensland to get their students back here. So a lot of things at play here. And I think the critical thing is what would happen, the question we asked in the letter to the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Premier. What will happen in the event of there being an outbreak? And there invariably would be an outbreak. So that's the sort of question that I'd certainly be asking of them down there, without giving an opinion on behalf of the broader community.
Yeah, thank you. So I've been talking to an MP who did some polling, and the polling they did it was against the camp. So it gives you an idea that even the polling isn't getting it right, that we're not grasping the full community's view, and I don't know what the full community's view, and I'm not assuming or guessing what it may or may not be. And I think we have to be careful there, and that was why I was wondering whether we shouldn't be taking a stance so that the community knew where we stood. But importantly, from my perspective, whether the states or the feds are arguing about, you know, who's doing what, the important thing for me is the questions that you asked in your letter, and that was around the safety and the staff rostering, all that sort of thing, all the unknowns that are in there that we need to know so that we know whether our community is going to be safe or not. That, to me, is the key, that we need to get that right and understand that so that we can decide ourselves which way we support, because there's too many unknowns. And when you've got unknowns, you've got uncertainty, and you really can't back a horse. So I'm really concerned that we're in this position, but I think it's very important that that you going down there as Mayor, understanding that we do not have a position on this and that that's the way it must remain, is very important.
Would it be fair to say that we need those questions answered?
Yes.
I think that's the critical thing, and I'll be taking a copy of those letters and I'll be giving it to everybody I can.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Nancy. Anything else for Brian? Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the acceptance of the CEO's report, please? Councillor Melissa has and Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, we now move to item 12, which is matters for which notice has been given. Councillor O'Shea, your proposal to form a multicultural advisory committee. Over to you, Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councillors, the motion is there before you, but just to read it quickly, the Council participated in a workshop to develop the terms of reference for a multicultural advisory committee. 2, that the terms of reference for a multicultural advisory committee be presented for consideration at a future meeting of the Environment and Community Services Committee. So that's the motion. If I have a seconder, I'm happy to speak to it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last.
So I said if I have I need a seconder, don't I, to proceed?
You want a seconder? You've moved the motion that we form a multicultural committee, seconded by Councillor Shine. I'll allow you to speak on that now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak on this, and thank you as well to the staff that have helped pull this together. This is something that I've thought about for some time, and it's developed from different comment and people have spoken to within the community. I see the number of advisory committees that we have through council that represent a whole different range of groups, so whether that be from youth advisory committees to our disability advisory committees, obviously in more recent times Aboriginal advisory committees, and I see and I've seen the success of those, and in what I term as a wonderful, I guess, neutral ground where people of the particular, in this case it would be of multicultural groups, have an opportunity to share knowledge, to impart wisdom, and to also play a key role in what we as a local government can do in this area. Mr Mayor, we often have yourself passionately speaking about our diverse community that we have here. And when you look at the last numbers through the census and the numbers that we have in population when it comes to those, whether it be around 11% that were born overseas, and as I said, these are from 2016, so the latest census, that would have increased, or those that speak a language other than English at home, or have one or both parents born overseas. So I just think this is one of the avenues of council that not necessarily slip through the cracks, but an opportunity where we as a local government can establish something on a neutral ground here that then provides the opportunity for those in this particular community to, one, have a say, and two, be better connected to what services and what is available in the community. So that's why I propose that the council participates in a workshop to look at the possibility of the creation of a multicultural advisory committee.
Thanks very much. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion that's been put by Councillor O'Shea? Any other very brief comments around the room? Councillor McMahon, just briefly, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Very welcome Councillor O'Shea's point. him and I have met with several stakeholders around this idea, and there's certainly a lot of demand for it, but there are a few groups looking to start their own kind of similar things along different names, and I'd just ask Councillor O'Shea that we as a council make contact with them and we're not doubling up on different types of advisory committees under different names. But I think council has a big part to play. Very welcome the motion, and thanks to Councillor O'Shea for bringing it. Thanks
very much. I have to share with you that on Sunday I spent quite a bit of time at St Vincent's emergency section with a very, very close relative of mine, and the doctor that looked after him looked after my brother, and it gave me a feeling of such amazing confidence. Was born in Mexico and had been sort of brought through the South America and lived his life there, and he's now living here and contributing to this society as many professional medical people as you know, Councillor Von Hoff, your husband's Canadian, and they're coming here to add value here, and I couldn't have had more confidence in a doctor than to be standing beside him as he was moving through that. So I think it's great that we are also a refugee welcome zone. We treasure our multicultural here, and I think this is very appropriate. So we'll close the debate. Those in favour of that motion? It's carried without dissent. Okay, councillors, is there any business council wishes to be brought forward now that could be included in the agenda that hasn't been brought forward yet? If not, thanks very much, Councillor Panisi. If not, would someone like to move the closing of the meeting, please? Councillor O'Shea, McDonald. Those in favour? Carried. We move then to the item 15. which is a confidential Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Would someone like to move its receipt, please? Councillor Carroll has moved, as seconded Councillor Megan. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to the item 16, which is the optional debt refinancing and fixed rate loans with Queensland Territory Corporation. I had Councillor Von Hoff's hand up in the previous session and Councillor McMahon's. I'll take them as mover and seconder. Those in favour? It's carried. Now, in respect to progress report on the service delivery review and workforce planning. Can you bring that up, please, Wendy? Yes. Following motion arising from confidential vote without discussion debate. Consideration of this report be deferred to and reconsidered following a strategic options workshop. Do I have a mover? Councillor Melissa, Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? That's carried. Well, councillors, it's been a very big day. Thank you very much for your involvement, your attendance and the passion with which you are happy to deliver in this room to guide our community. Thanks also to our senior staff. Wendy.
All boys.
Everybody, thanks so much. It's been a long day, but I guess we can move on to do something else right now. Thanks very much. Meeting closed.